Good morning, welcome. Vice Rector, Director, dear guests. I'm very pleased to open the 13th edition of Warsaw Logistic Days. This year under the title Sustainable and Resilient Supply Chains. I would like to warmly welcome the university authorities, Professor Dr. habilitowany Jarosław Gołębieski, Vice Rector for Didactics. I would like to warmly welcome the authorities of the Institute of Economics and Finance, Professor Mariusz Maciejczak, Director of the Institute of Economics and Finance. I would also like to welcome Head of Department of the Institute of Economics and Finance, Professor Joanna Domagała, Head of the Department of Logistics. It is my pleasure to welcome our honored guests and keynote speakers, Professor Marzenna Cichosz, Head of the Department of Businesses in Transport of the Warsaw School of Economics, Professor Maciej Szymczak from the Poznań University of Economics and Business, Professor Tomisław Rozic from the University of Zagreb in Croatia, I would like also to warmly welcome Major Anna Michalska, Director of the Institute of Logistics and Transport of the Polish Air Force University, Professor Michał Kruszyński, Vice Dean of the International University of Logistics and Transport in Wrocław. Maybe he's absent. Dr. Anna Orzeł, Vice Dean for Organizational Affairs and Development at the WSB Merito Universities in Wrocław. Professor Izabela Dęblińska from the Maritime University of Szczecin. Dr. Aleksandra Górecka from the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. I would like to especially welcome and thank you the companies that trust us and started cooperation as a part of the Warsaw Logistic Days. Once more, I'm very glad that most of them are companies that have been cooperating with us for a long time. First of all, I would like to thank our gold sponsors, Procter & Gamble, and Rolling SAS Logistics. Welcome to our silver sponsors, Daxer, DPD Poland, DSV, and Fija. I also welcome the bronze sponsors, Interlogis, Optima Logistics, and Horizont Partner. I would also like to welcome our in-kind sponsors, DGM Poland and EcoCycle. I would like to thank all sponsors on behalf of the entire organizing committee. I would like to warmly welcome representatives of 24 scientific groups for academic centers through Poland and students from the University of Zagreb in Croatia, the University of Modena in Italy, students from the University of Maribor in Slovenia, from the University of Almeria in Spain, and also students from the Alexandru Joan Cruza University in Romania. I would like to warmly welcome all participants of the 13 Warsaw Logistic Days, students, speakers, academics, and business representatives. Now, I would like to ask Professor Jarosław Gołębieski, Vice Rector for Didactics, to speak.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo, dostojni goście, drogie studentki, drodzy studenci. Z ogromną radością, z ogromną satysfakcją witam Państwa na 13. Warszawskich Dniach Logistyki, które, można powiedzieć tradycyjnie, odbywają się w murach Szkoły Głównej Gospodarstwa Wiejskiego w Warszawie. Tegoroczna edycja przebiegająca pod hasłem Zrównoważone i odporne łańcuchy dostaw stanowi bez wątpienia odpowiedź na najważniejsze wyzwania, z jakimi mierzy się współczesny sektor logistyczny. Od znanych nam globalnych zakłóceń poprzez presję środowiskową, aż to, co dzisiaj jest szczególnie ważne, dynamiczną transformację cyfrową. W tym kontekście szczególnego znaczenia nabiera chociażby koncepcja logistyki 5.0. Takiego nowego podejścia, w którym technologie cyfrowe, sztuczna inteligencja wspierają budowę odpornych i inteligentnych i zrównoważonych łańcuchów dostaw. AI pozwala nie tylko automatyzować decyzje i prognozować ryzyka, ale także lepiej zarządzać zasobami. Kluczową rolę nadal odgrywa jednak w tym całym procesie człowiek, jego wiedza, odpowiedzialność i zdolność do współpracy w złożonych systemach i złożonych sytuacjach. Dzisiejsze wydarzenie to ma wyjątkowy charakter. Także dlatego, że, Szanowni Państwo, odbywa się w szczególnym czasie dla naszej społeczności akademickiej. Chciałbym podkreślić, że dzisiaj mamy czas ursynaliów. To jest coroczne święto studentów SGGW. To moment, w którym celebrujemy integrację, aktywność i twórczy potencjał młodego pokolenia. Warszawskie Dni Logistyki, w moim przekonaniu, idealnie wpisują się w ten klimat, łącząc pasję naukową ze wspólnym działaniem na rzecz przyszłości całego sektora transportu i logistyki. Warszawskie Dni Logistyki to coś więcej niż konferencja. To przestrzeń do współpracy, edukacji, nauki i biznesu. Studenci, doktoranci, naukowcy, a także, co też jest szczególnie ważne, o czym mówiła Pani Przewodnicząca, praktycy, którzy spotykają się tutaj właśnie w SGGW, by dzielić się wiedzą, doświadczeniami i swoimi pomysłami. Myślę, że Warszawskie Dni Logistyki to najlepszy dowód na to, że środowisko akademickie może aktywnie współtworzyć rozwiązania odpowiadające na potrzeby współczesnej, nowoczesnej gospodarki i kształtować kompetencje przyszłości, które są tak ważne dla młodego pokolenia, tak ważne dla wszystkich naszych studentów. Szczególnie cieszy, że obok wystąpień uznanych ekspertów z Polski i z zagranicy swoje projekty zaprezentują również studenci i młodzi badacze z wielu uczelni w całej Polsce. Ich głos, pomysły, a także świeże spojrzenie są dowodem na to, jak ważne miejsce zajmuje dzisiaj logistyka, nie tylko w systemie kształcenia, ale także w tym kontekście, o którym mówiłem, wyzwań technologicznych, środowiskowych i społecznych. Szanowni Państwo, to wydarzenie nie byłoby możliwe bez zaangażowania wielu osób. W tym miejscu składam serdeczne podziękowania przede wszystkim organizatorom, Kołu Naukowemu Logistyki SGGW oraz pracownikom Katedry Logistyki i Instytutu Ekonomii i Finansów. Te podziękowania to przede wszystkim podziękowania za stworzenie wydarzenia o tak wysokim poziomie merytorycznym, ale także podziękowania za stworzenie tej szansy do integracji tak wielu jednostek z kraju i zagranicy. Dziękuję również wszystkim sponsorom, partnerom i patronom, zarówno honorowym, jak i medialnym, za tą długoletnią współpracę i wsparcie, na które zawsze możemy liczyć. Życzę Państwu na zakończenie inspirujących obrad, oczywiście owocnych dyskusji oraz wielu, to co jest szczególnie ważne, kontaktów i nowych idei. Niech Warszawskie Dni Logistyki 2025 odbywające się w klimacie, w duchu ursynaliów staną się symbolem twórczego działania i zaangażowania, także tej współodpowiedzialności za przyszłość. Bardzo Państwu dziękuję za uwagę.
Thank you, Vice Rector. Now I would like to ask Professor Mariusz Maciejczak, Director of the Institute of Economics and Finance, to speak.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Rector, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests and participants. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you at the 13th edition of Warsaw Logistic Days that offers an excellent opportunity to explore some of the most pressing challenges and innovative solutions in the field of logistics. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the vital role of logistics that logistics plays in shaping the modern world. As a researcher, but also as a practitioner, international auditor for logistics in IFS or BRC standards, I can confirm that in the era of rapid evolving global markets, supply chains are of the lifeblood of every industry, connecting businesses, driving economic growth, and ensuring the efficient flow of goods across borders. The complexities of today's interconnected world require logistics to be more than just an organizational aspect of business. It is an engine that powers economies and the framework that holds together international trade. Therefore, in the Institute of Economics and Finance, we primarily perceive logistics through the lens of its broad economic aspects. From this lens, however, comes an increasing demand for sustainability, resilience, and innovations, including artificial intelligence. As we face unprecedented global challenges, from climate changes and resource scarcity to political instability and technological disruptions, logistics, in my opinion, must not only adapt but also lead the way in crafting solutions that are not just efficient but also responsible. We must ask ourselves how we balance the demands of speed, cost, and reliability with the pressing need to preserve the environment, ensure social equality, and strengthen the resilience of our supply chains. This conference, I am strongly convinced, is a perfect example of the synergies between education, research, business, logistics of the Institute of Economics and Finance and all the other partners for their hard work in organizing this event and to express my gratitude to all of our partners and sponsors who have sponsored it and cooperate in organizing it. I also extend my thanks to all distinguished speakers, participants, chairs who have joined us today to make this event exceptional. Your presence here is a clear reflection of dedication and commitment in the field and the continued development of logistics as a critical pillar of global business. Over the next 2 days, I encourage you all to engage, to ask questions, to be open to new ideas and perspectives. Together, I believe we can foster innovation, create meaningful connections, and inspire the next generation of logistic professionals. Once again, I warmly welcome you to this exciting event, and I wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I declare the Warsaw Logistics Days open. I wish you interesting discussion, workshops, and trips to logistics companies, and of course, establishing new, maybe, contacts. The rest of the conference will be led by Tetiana Muzewicz and Weronika Piękoś.
Hello, everyone. At the beginning, we cannot imagine Warsaw Logistics Days without our coordinators. The main coordinator, Aleksander Kulesh. Promotion coordinator, Michalina Siekacz. Business partners coordinator, Mikołaj Supieta. Participants coordinator, Dominik Sawicki. And finance coordinator, Aleksandra Bilik.
Thank you so much to our opening speakers. And now, let's move to our first plenary session, chaired by Joanna Domagała and Agata Malak-Rawlikowska. We also kindly invite the speakers to take their seats at the presidential table. Professor Maciej Szymczak, Szymon Weidman, and Professor Marzena Cichosz. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to invite to the stage Professor Maciej Szymczak, who represents the Department of Logistics at the Poznań University of Economics and Business. Today, Professor Szymczak will share his perspective on supply chain sustainability in disruptive times, not business as usual. Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Well, this is a very important moment for me now. Who knows me knows that I had as many as 18 years of massive administrative duties at my university. I had invitation to come here and perform every year, but I was unable to respond. Now I'm back on the stage, back on the track. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for not forgetting about me. Thank you for having me here. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you. Well, sustainability. Sustainability is not my research area, nor even my favorite topic within supply chains. Nor is it a topic I am very familiar with, so please be warned. But I just want to fit perfectly within the conference topic. I thought a lot about what to present and how to present, and I hope that I came out with something that will be of interest to you. I would like to inspire you with what has inspired me, with what I have observed, and what has come up in my mind. I hope it will be with value to the whole thing about sustainability as a research area, and of course with pleasure to you as well. And this is the agenda, a very short one, as you can see. I will start with a few glimpses into what makes the time we live in so turbulent and so interesting at the same time. Then I will focus on sustainability and sustainable supply chains in order for us all to know what we are talking about and to set a precise line of our discussion. Then I will stop for a moment to consider how disruptors affect sustainability. And then from there I will move to encourage you to think about how sustainability relates to resilience and what the relationship really is between the two. And last but not least, I will try to convince you of the new approach to sustainability and how it can be supported by current trends in science and business practice as well. And at the end, I will provide you with a fistful of conclusions. Well, this is a list of the most important events, only the most important events from recent years, the disruptive events. The global financial crisis was a major worldwide economic crisis which triggered the Great Recession. Supply chains couldn't get working capital to finance their inventories, their operations, and they experienced serious disruptions in their ability to obtain material and products. 2010, there was a series of riots and suicides at Foxconn factory that temporarily disrupted iPhone production and iPhone deliveries. These suicides were linked to a brutal working condition at the factory. 2011, Fukushima nuclear accident that led to global supply chain disruptions, mainly due to shortages in semiconductor supplies to automotive industry, because some semiconductor factories were located in close proximity to Fukushima power plant. 2018, an economic conflict between China and the US started. It started when Donald Trump set tariffs and other trade barriers on China. Now the trade war has been even heated up when Donald Trump increased tariffs on China. Many American companies have shifted supply chains from China to elsewhere in Asia, for example. 2020, COVID pandemic started. Of course, it started at the end of 2019 in Wuhan, in China, but in 2020 it became a global pandemic. Of course, national lockdowns stopped many operations of supply chain, stopped the flow of products, finished products and raw materials, and so on. And on 24th of February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. This regional conflict has forced supply chains to source food, raw materials, and other resources from other countries than Ukraine. And of course, we are still dealing with global warming, commodity price volatility, digital transformation, which accelerated during the COVID pandemic. And we use and we apply lots of so-called disruptive technologies that comes from the Industry 4.0 phenomena. All the types of disruption mentioned earlier, together with many not mentioned yet, can be short-listed into several groups. These groups are listed in the slide. These are geopolitical crises, strong social reactions, natural disasters, climate change. Of course, climate change can be treated as a natural disaster, but for a longer period of time. Economic instabilities and technological advances. And now, sustainability. Each of us has probably heard the word sustainability, right? It is very popular now. I would say it's a buzzword now. Popular search engines confirm this point of view. You can see at the numbers in the slide. These numbers are from the end of January this year, when I started to think about this presentation. Of course, they need to be updated. Perhaps these numbers are much higher today. As you can see from the Google Scholar results at the end of the list, there are also quite a lot of scientific papers devoted to sustainability. Okay, but it is a buzzword, but what's behind the buzz? So let's dive for a while into the meaning of sustainability. After looking through many papers, books, textbooks devoted to sustainability, you might get the impression that sustainability has many interpretations. Many people, many researchers, many practitioners perceive sustainability a little bit differently. Sustainability is a subject to context-specific understanding. Again, many people add a very specific bias to sustainability, a bias that comes from his or her profession. Sustainability is an open concept. Many researchers, many practitioners aspire to add something new to sustainability, making it a big container with many, many detailed topics inside. With this in mind, one can hesitate what sustainability really is. It was simply put, perhaps as simply as possible, in Wikipedia. Wikipedia says, sustainability is a social goal for people to coexist on Earth over a long period of time. This, of course, concerns business. And if it concerns business, it concerns supply chains as well. Sustainability has three dimensions, as they are pictured in the slide. They are sometimes called pillars, the pillars of sustainability. Namely, they are economic, environmental, and social dimensions. These dimensions, as you can see, overlap one another. They interact with one another, creating a multidimensional, complex management area. To be sustainable means not to forget any of the goals in these three areas. And these are two selected approaches to sustainability, to sustainable supply chain. They complement each other. Of course, I'm not going to read these statements, But from here, it can be concluded that sustainability is about integration and cooperation. For this to happen, there must be a good closed-loop communication system implemented within the supply chain. A good communication also applies to all stakeholders and many entities outside the supply chain, because the supply chain must have feedback from various entities as to whether it is on the right track to sustainability or not. What is important? Sustainable supply chain involves all participants, all supply chain entities. Sustainable supply chain includes all aspects of goods and services, from their initial use as raw materials to their disposal. That means all functions and operations, such as procurement, production, distribution, warehousing, transport, sales, and end-of-life product disposal must be included here. Sustainable supply chain encompasses entire life cycles of products and services, from development through introduction, growth, maturity, saturation, to decline. Sustainable supply chain includes all dimensions of sustainability. All sustainability dimensions must be addressed. And even more, a fundamental shift of attention from firm level to supply chain level is needed to match organizational and sustainability goals. Collaboration across stakeholders is crucial to accomplishing sustainability objectives. This is, together we are sustainable, alone we are not. So, where do disruptions come from? They come from the same areas sustainability consists of. Sustainability has its pillars within. For example, the achievement of economic goals is negatively influenced, or rather can be negatively influenced, by inflation, price wars, trade barriers, and so on. The achievement of environmental goals can be negatively affected by climate change and sudden weather phenomena. And the achievement of social goals can be negatively influenced by wars, riots, pandemics, etc. Therefore, achieving sustainable development goals is hindered by disruptions originating from the same areas the goals concern. Achieving sustainability in these selected areas means achieving resilience in these areas, so that the actions taken are not destroyed by disruptive events. And here some questions arise. At least two most important, in my opinion, are these two. Do supply chains need resilience to be sustainable? And how does resilience support sustainability? Now it is worth taking a good look at the relationship between sustainability and resilience. By the way, to make things clear, this is just a reminder how we define resilience and resilient supply chain. I would like to present two definitions. Of course, I am not going to read them. The first one is a general definition showing resilience as a feature of a certain system. And the second one applies strictly to supply chains, which are very complex systems. It is a targeted definition, I would say, and it is, as you can see, highly elaborated. Both definitions put stress on post-failure recovery. The system, the supply chain, should be able to return to its original state in time. The sooner, the better. Or even to return to a better state. In the latter case, we can talk about being over-resilient. Marchese, with his colleagues, researchers, they analyzed the relationship between sustainability and resilience. And as you might guess, sustainability can be negatively connected to resilience, can destroy resilience, can be unconnected, neutral to resilience, or can be positively connected to resilience, can support resilience, as can be seen in the picture. This picture with these 3 color stripes on the right hand. Their research has shown that existing sustainability strategies can be categorized using 3 frameworks. Resilience as a component of sustainability, sustainability as a component of resilience, and resilience and sustainability as separate objectives. Additionally, one important difference between sustainability and resilience comes from their research. That is the temporal scale of implementation. Sustainability is often understood on longer timescales than resilience. So, we need to tend to minimize conflicts and maximize synergies between sustainability and resilience to make supply chains both sustainable and resilient. Seems that we need to perhaps reinvent supply chain sustainability. Managers need to rethink their strategies. There is a need to use creative reasoning, maybe thinking outside the box, maybe lateral thinking, to find innovative solutions. Maybe we should even combine sustainability with resilience and go towards something new and even coin a new term. My proposal is sustainabilience. I was surprised. This is not a new word. I am usually not very enthusiastic about creating new words, but I searched the internet and found some occurrences of this word. But I'm not sure what it really means. I didn't find a good explanation from the sources that used the word. So I perceive sustainability as a combination of sustainability and resilience. So if we combine the two, I mean sustainability and resilience, there is no dilemma, sustainability or resilience. We should choose both and make it a bundle. To make it a bundle, both a new business practice and a new research stream are needed. The literature of sustainable and resilient supply chain is really extensive. It covers many detailed topics. Another stream in literature that has been very visible for years is digital technologies in supply chain management. But there are also a lot of exposed detailed topics there. These 3 streams that are listed in the slide are well filled with content. But there are also 2 other streams I can identify. They are less visible. I would call them emerging streams. They are very promising. New publications and new topics are constantly arriving here. And besides, in my opinion, there is a need to start a brand new research stream, which concerns the relationship between sustainability and resilience. Of course, a new research stream should complement existing ones. And now let's take a quick look at the two emerging research streams. Now the first one, ICT and supply chain sustainability. And just major findings here, just major findings. Well, incorporating modern digital technologies as we use them, such as AI, big data analytics, and blockchain, is key to improving not only operational efficiency, but also sustainability. Even a special BDI model, BDI stands for Big Data Analytics, a special BDI model is proposed by researchers, which is a multi-layered, cloud-based digital model to support supply chain sustainability. And metaverse technology can enhance decision-making processes in logistics management. They can positively influence sustainability. And even metaverse can enhance sustainability at the very low level of organizations, of the supply chain, because it can be used to improve workers' safety and training. Now, the second emerging research stream, ICT and the supply chain resilience. And again, just major findings here. Of digital technologies that can improve supply chain resilience, the most common ones you can find in scientific papers are modeling and simulation, computer modeling and simulation, digital twins, blockchain, Internet of Things, cloud computing, edge computing, and of course, AI, including machine learning and generative AI. In the slide, you can see several statements about that, about these technologies, and a very general statement at the very bottom of the slide. And finally, a few conclusions with some potential for businesses and their supply chains and for academics as well. The first one, the relationship between sustainability and resilience should be in focus now by both managers and researchers. This is a general conclusion. Another one, use ICT to bring sustainability and resilience together, to implement and develop them concurrently at the same time. This conclusion is very important from the manager's point of view, rather. And the last one, develop new research stream with the intersection of sustainability and resilience. Observe business and inspire business. This conclusion is important from the researcher's point of view. It may be a researcher's mission in the area of sustainability and resilience, supply chain sustainability and resilience. I hope many people, both practitioners and academics, are going to undertake these issues in the next couple of years, including you and including me. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. I don't want to overuse my time. Well, I've overused my time. Sorry for that. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference. Have a good conference and perhaps better speakers than me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. Are there any comments or questions?
Hello. My name is Maciej Borkowski. I'm representing the Cathedral, the Department of Logistics, and I thank you for having you here. So finally, and I have a question regarding the presentation because probably I missed the word "the consumer" in the presentation, and I want to ask what's your point of view of the consumer participation in the supply chains and creating sustainability, or influence of the consumers?
Thank you for this question. Yes, consumers also perceive sustainability and sustainable business as something which is very important for them, at least for part of them. Yeah. But on the other hand, looking at businesses, they sometimes use sustainability and their efforts in this area as something that can attract customers to their offers. I haven't reviewed many business practices yet, but I have some of them in my mind. For example, IKEA, the famous producer of simple to assemble furniture and interior design products, replaced fossil-based glues in their furniture to glues with biocomponents, not only to support sustainability, but also to support health of their its workers and its end customers. Another example I have in mind is rather a small company, Valeret company from Norway. Perhaps you don't know this company, or maybe some of you who are amateur photographers can recall this name, Valeret company from Norway. They produce special gloves for photographers. They are special because they have detachable fingers in order for photographers to operate cameras easily when wearing the gloves. And it is a small company, but they sell their products worldwide. And they introduce biodegradable bags for all their products, all their gloves. And at the same time, they declare they plant a tree for every product sold. One tree for every pair of their gloves. So this is how sustainability can be perceived from both customers' perspective and business perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have a more question? Once more.
Of course, if we have run out of time, I have to say that I will be available to you all the time during the break and till late at night today.
Okay, I have a question. I'm sorry, because I have a question to you, because you mentioned in your presentation the dynamic capabilities definition of the resilience, which is readiness, response, and the recovery. And you mentioned also a lot of different trigger factors, like shocks being very important for the supply chain. And since the response and the recovery of a supply chain or the members of the supply chain depends on the readiness of the company for the shock, I would like to ask you, did you observe after these two large crises recently related to the war and the COVID pandemic that the companies really improved their readiness for the crisis?
After the pandemic, many businesses, thank you, many businesses found some disadvantages in their organizational structures, and they started to improve these things in their organizations to be more resilient. But I don't know, and nobody can say for sure that they are resilient, because look, we are living in times with so high level of uncertainty as never before in our lives. So we should expect the unexpected. We don't know if we are ready for the next shock, in fact, yeah? Because we don't know how it will look like. So there is no good answer here. We try to be more and more resilient, but we are not sure if we are resilient enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So now I would like to welcome our second speaker, Szymon Weidman. He's a representative of the company Rolling Sus Logistics. He's a business development manager, and he will introduce us very up-to-date topic related to the ESRS reporting, decarbonization of logistics. This is really a sign of our current times and our path towards the sustainable future of logistics. So please, Mr. Weidman, the floor is yours.
No? Maybe this one? Yeah, this one works. Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this event. This is quite a surreal experience for me to be placed as a speaker between two professors. This is crazy, as I'm just a business development manager in the logistics company. The reason I'm here today is that I had a privilege to be the first business development manager, or the first person ever in our company to implement an electric truck, an electric tractor for the FTL services in our company. But I was asked to do a much bigger presentation of some ESG initiatives that our company have. So this is what I'm going to do. I will try not to mess it up. So I have to work on two computers here, because here I have my notes and here is the presentation. So if I don't change the slide, please raise your hand or scream. Okay, so if you are wondering who a business development manager is, because I remember myself as a student looking for some jobs in the Pracuj.pl and reading those names of the positions in the companies, which didn't ring a bell at all. A business development manager is a kind of a higher ranked salesperson that is responsible for acquiring the highest potential clients and managing the relationships with those clients in a way that will support and guarantee a long-lasting cooperation between us and the client. Okay, here's a problem. Okay, I'm also not an expert in the field of ESG, so just as the professor, please be patient and be forgiving if I have any stumbles over the way. Okay, so as for the company that I represent, Rolling Sus Logistics is the biggest Polish logistics operator on the market. Thank you very much. Yeah, the company was founded in year 1989 as a small foreign office of the bigger entity, which is German Rohlik Group. Rohlik Group is a big RNC operator with a global reach that has very long history, starting in 1864 or something, so really, really long. And they were participating in the construction of the new terminal in Okęcie Airport. That's why they came to Poland and started the office. Since then, the business was organically growing, and in 2005, our then CEO, Tadeusz Chmielewski, decided to buy the company from Rohlik, from the German Rohlik, and become the sole owner of it. The name was then changed because until then we were named Rohlik Group or Rohlik Group Poland, and then we changed the name to Rohlik SUS Logistics. SUS doesn't ring a bell probably to anyone on the here on the venue, but it means ours in Latin, symbolizing that the company was now ours, Polish owned. The business was growing, and today we are present not only in Poland but also in Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Slovenia, and Kazakhstan. We have 40 branches across those countries and operate over 360,000 square meters of warehouse and cross-dock surface. The company generates over 500 million euro in annual revenue, so the operation is quite big. It's also worth mentioning that last year our president's son, Piotr Iwo Chmielewski, took over the leadership in our company and became the next president. So it's a success story of a succession in Poland, which is not so common in our reality. But moving on to the main topic of my presentation, as you are well aware, the need to reduce human impact on the environment, driven by the effect of the climate change and the climate crisis, is leading, especially here in Europe and European Union, to legislative changes that significantly affects the functioning of nearly all of the sectors of the economy. We can name three main sources of those regulations that impact our life on a daily basis. And this is Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which imposes obligations related to reporting the results in the context of ESG, of the impact on the society and the environment. The next one is Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence, which is holding companies accountable for their actions in the field of sustainable development. And in order to do that, they have to monitor in response to negative impacts of their activities on human rights and environmental issues. And the third one, the best known from these three, is the European Green Deal. We hear about it in the news all the time. It is aimed at transforming the whole European economy towards the sustainable development, and has the very ambitious, in my opinion, goal to achieve the climate neutrality until the 2050. So these obligations arising from those directives impact the way of doing business in any sector of the economy. As for the transport and logistics, the impact consists of the obligation to report carbon footprint also in Scope 3, which is indirect emissions, the CBAM, which is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is coming into force from the 1st of January next year. And okay, maybe I would do this way. So the CBAM will be a tax that will be added to the cost of goods imported from abroad of the European Union, from different countries. So for example, if the company is importing goods from China, they will have to pay for the emissions, the CO2 emissions of the Chinese producer. It will for sure make the prices of the goods from China and other countries a little bit higher than right now. Can I go further? Okay. Another significant result of those directives is the creation of clean transportation zones in the cities, in the biggest city of Europe. And it's giving us as logistics operator some problems when delivering the goods to those areas, because we can't go there with a standard truck, for example. We have to go by a bike or by drone or by a small electric vehicle. This is an obstacle that we meet on a daily basis, but yeah, that's what we have to do. This creates the need to develop different alternatives means of transport. As I said, for example, couriers like GLS, or we have DPD here with their bicycle that is used to doing such operations, or to alternative fuels like bio-LNG, HVO, hydrogen, or electric trucks. And all of the above generates the need for a broader cooperation within companies' value chains to aim to reduce the impact at every possible level of the company's operations. And moreover, which is important to me as a salesperson, nowadays the clients, when choosing the logistics operator, they take a great look at the ESG strategies of the company. So if you don't have a good strategy in place, you probably will have a bigger problems acquiring new high potential clients. Okay, now we have it. So how does our company deal with all of those challenges? Well, in 2023, we have developed an ESG strategy of ourselves for the years 2024 up to 2026 that focuses on three main domains. This is environment, society, and the value chain optimization. And this I will have to read, so just please be patient. In the environment domain, the company reports and reduces the greenhouse gas emissions in line with SBTi standards. This is really important to our clients. We take great care of resource and waste management to get in line with circular economy principles. Within the society domain, we are committed to gender equality at every level of our organization. We also empower people of all ages through our internship programs. We have an internship for older people, which is pretty cool because they can start over with a new career in the later years of their lives. We also cooperate closely with our transport service providers, the transport partners that do the services of delivery for us, to enable them to grow organically with our organization. So if you start a business with us buying one truck, we are doing our best to make your business grow, and in order for you and for us to have more trucks available. And as for the logistics of value of domain, we are optimizing our operations to minimize environmental impact on every level, not only in the operations, but also in offices. And we offer the clients solutions that are not only cost efficient and time efficient, but also environmentally responsible. Okay, moving on to some of the most significant goals that we have set for the upcoming years. We aim to acquire 95% of our energy from renewable sources. This is already happening in some of our branches, as the new ones have the photovoltaic installation of their own, so we can have some of the energy from the sun directly. We are also planning to implement alternative heating solutions as heat pumps in our offices and warehouses. We are also planning to replace some of our company's cars, the standard cars that we use, as I use, for example, for a daily business, for electric vehicles in order to optimize our energy consumption. But it's also worth mentioning that not only we've implemented the first electric big truck that I spoke about before, but we already have some distribution trucks in our domestic distribution network that are EVs, electric vehicles. These are small vans using for the deliveries in the cities. And we are also motivating our subcontractors to set their own decarbonization goals and achieve them in the near future, as the category 4 emissions account for 93% of our total emission. Okay. What we have already done is we have this short-term decarbonization goals approved by SBTi that I've spoken before. We count our carbon footprint and provide emissions to our clients. We also advise our clients on the lower emission solutions in regards of the transportation and logistics. We have these electric vehicles that I've mentioned. 18 of our branches are BREEAM certified, which accounts for their highest standard of the eco-friendliness, you can say. We also have our annual ESG report, which is available to you on our site. I guess last year we had the third one. And it's a big document with many informations about our company, not only about the strict ESG actions that we take, but also across our history and many things. So if you don't have anything better to do at the evening, you can just go there and look for itself. We also implemented the SUS Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct for our business partner. We have launched a procurement platform that is enabling us to verify the partners. This is really important as we have now many carriers, not only from Poland, but also from other countries on the market. It's really crucial to be able to verify them closely just to get the maximum level of safety for our clients' shipments. And the two last things that I want to mention are SQAS certification with a score of 93%. This is very important as the clients are closely looking also to this one. This accounts for the highest safety and the highest quality of the company that was certificated by SQAS. And also the thing that we are really proud of right now is our EcoVadis rating of 54 points. The EcoVadis is a platform that rates companies on their sustainability and CSR practices. The clients are really taking it into consideration when they choose the logistics provider. And sometimes if we want to take part in a tender, the tenders are our biggest opportunities for acquiring the big clients. We have to get a certain score or have a certain score at EcoVadis just to be considered by the client as a potential business partner. Okay. So until now I was talking about our actions aiming at reducing our impact on the environment, but we also can do some things for our clients. First of all, we can prepare carbon footprint reports to make their own reporting easier, and that was the first step that we take or have taken in the ESG way when doing things for our clients, because that was the first requirement that appeared on the market. The clients were getting more and more interested in the carbon footprint topic, and they wanted to take a look at the numbers that we can provide just to get an estimate of their carbon footprint from the logistics operations. We can also design a lower carbon footprint supply chain by optimizing transport routes and choosing optimal transport solutions, using lower emission fuels as SAF in air transport or HVO on roads. I will be talking about it just a few moments from now. Or implementing electric vehicles on the selected routes. This is an example of the footprint report that we provide for our clients. As I said, they are getting more and more popular, so we had to prepare a solution that will provide them with the information that they want. As you can see, the data points that we provide includes carbon footprint, obviously, emission per ton kilometer, loading and unloading location, route length, weight of goods, and we can also add some information if the client requires it. We can also, okay, so for that. Okay, so as for the second part, the supply chain optimization, the ideal process should consist of 3 main stages. The first stage is the gravity point determination, the gravity point being a fancy term for distribution warehouse location. And determining the optimal location for a distribution warehouse can significantly reduce the footprint of the whole supply chain and also reduce the cost of the supply chain for the client. So if you can imagine, for example, importing the goods from China through the port of Hamburg just to get them to your warehouse in Rzeszów, for example, if you can imagine it on a map, and then to sell them back to Germany, it's not really optimal. So it would generate a lot of costs that could be avoided if we choose the better warehouse location, for example, somewhere nearby the western border of our country. The second stage is inbound management, which is choosing the right suppliers to help make the supply chain stronger. It can also support ESG goals like lowering CO2 emissions by using greener transport or planning the deliveries in a different, more optimal way, or planning the deliveries to the warehouse on a more efficient way that won't use that much of a warehouse space. And the third stage is outbound management, which is optimizing the deliveries by choosing the right route, the right transport modality, and maybe the right fuel, right? Because we can use road transportation, but we can also add a different type of fuel to this equation just to get a lower impact on the environment. So when talking about the gravity point, we have mentioned the warehouse location as a key factor for determining the carbon footprint of a supply chain, but also not only the location is important, but also the technologies that are used in this warehouse. We can choose a very, very old warehouse that will generate, thank you very much. You will get the SUS gadget afterwards. We can choose a very old warehouse that will emit a lot of CO2 or the equivalents. And if we choose a smarter solution, the high-tech warehouse that are available on the market right now, the impact will be much, much smaller. As for the solutions available on the market, I won't read this all to you, but applying a right combination of those solutions can significantly lower the footprint of the given location. Okay, so now a few words about the transport modalities that we can choose from. An optimization of transport operations typically starts with selecting the most suitable modality for the given supply chain. Different transport modalities have different characteristics and their impact the environment differently, but not all of them can be used for the same client and not always, right? So here's a quick comparison of those. The most prevalent, of course, is road freight. The trucks dominates freight movement, especially for short and medium distances, mostly due to their flexibility and availability everywhere and anywhere on the map. As for the advantages, the short transit time is, in my opinion, the biggest one, and also the availability, like on the map, because we have problems with availability of the trucks, but the reason is different there. The fact here as an advantage is that we can send the truck anywhere, load anywhere, and deliver anywhere. The disadvantages are, first of all, high CO2 emission, which is around 57 grams per ton kilometer. It's a lot. The limited capacity of the truck, because you can load only 24 or up to 26.5 ton per truck using the right equipment. And the declining number, this is the problem with the availability. We have a declining number of professional drivers, not only in Poland, but also in Europe. And this phenomenon is getting bigger and bigger each year. The estimates that I hear from 10 years that I work in logistics are between 150,000 to 200 drivers that we are lacking in Europe. So this is a big problem, of course, a bigger one when the economy is booming, like it was 2 years ago, for example. and the smaller one right now as the economy is pretty slow. But it will be getting worse and worse in the next year, and this is why rail freight is getting more popular, especially an intermodal version of the rail freight, so the combination of rail and truck deliveries is getting very popular as it is a good alternative to the standard road deliveries. It's most suitable for large masses of cargo and for the long distance routes, because there's no use to using an intermodal solution in Poland. I had one of my clients asked for such a solution just to transport the goods from Silesia to Poznań somewhere, and it doesn't make any sense. The cost-wise and in terms of the transit time, it's not making any sense at all. The advantages of the rail freight is mostly the low emission. It's half of the one generated by the trucks, so around 20 to 30 grams per ton a kilometer. And also the trains have some streamlined custom procedures, dedicated terminals, and they can avoid the congestions on roads. So there's not so many troubles while crossing the borders with train. The disadvantages are the limited flexibility, because you can also only use a train where the rails are, right? So if there's no train, we can't use it. And also there's a limited number of connections and days that the train go to the given destination. So for example, you can go to Italy only twice a week, or to certain parts of Germany only once a week. So in order to load the train, you have to wait a few days, then the train is driving really slow, and then you have to also spend time on the delivery point to unload the goods, which is getting really, really long, and the transit times are not optimal in many ways. Okay, I mentioned the long transit time right now. But as I mentioned, the lack of drivers, the market and the clients are getting increasingly interested in the intermodal solution, so we can expect that it will develop in the near future and will be much better service for our clients. Okay. The third type of transportation that is usually considered during planning of the supply chain is sea freight. The maritime transport emits the least CO2. It's from 3 to 15 grams per ton a kilometer, which is possible due to the really big capacity of the ships. I don't know how many containers the ship can go with, but probably a few thousand. The advantages are... Yeah?
We are a bit out of time, so if you can please conclude.
Okay, sure. Okay, so the advantages are low cost and low emissions. The disadvantages are long transit times and political situation that can affect the transit times. For example, with the Houthi attacks last year, the ships has to go not by the Suez Canal, but around the Africa, which was adding a lot to a transit time. Okay, so the last one is the air freight. I will speed it up right now. This is the fastest but the most pollutant modality of the transport. It's 500 grams per ton a kilometer, which is making transporting goods that way a little crazy, but it's used for express deliveries, and sometimes it's the only way that we can transport the goods, just to, for example, make the production side of the automotive company still running. Okay, so now the topic, how much time do I have? Like 5 minutes? 50? 1 minute, okay. So about the track that we implemented, in 2023, at the end of the year, my client approached me with a question if we could test an electric vehicle. After the big deliberation and a lot of discussions with challenging the myths that you have here, and for which I don't have time to explain, we've run the tests. They took 2 weeks. and we've had very promising results with them. It happened that the truck actually showed a bigger range during the test that the producer was talking about. They said that it will go for 250 kilometers, for example, but on our, it's here. But during our test, it came out that it can run for almost 300 kilometers, which is much better. The problem with that was that we had to use a small charger, 30 kilowatts of charging power, which was taking us 11 hours to charge the truck. But as a result of the test, we got the knowledge that if only we have a fast charger of 150 kilowatts, this is a standard for this type of chargers, we can spend just 2 hours loading charging the truck, and then we can go for a route again. As I don't have much time, just if you are interested in electric vehicles and want to see or hear more, just go to our stand. I will be standing there until the end of today's event. So yeah, for now, thank you very much. Sorry for taking so much time, and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weidman. This is very interesting. I think that your companies have so many different solutions that it can be really a good practice example for other companies. And definitely you have a rich material to share with students and the other interested people. So thank you very much once again. This was very interesting presentations. I hope that Professor Cichosz will excuse us one question maybe. Is there any question from the audience? No? Do we have any questions? Okay, so I will let...
Our next speaker, Professor Marzena Cichosz, is a head department of business in transport in Warsaw School of Economics. Today, Professor Cichosz will give the presentation titled Transforming Supply Chains to Navigate the Tensions of Tomorrow. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome to my presentation. As Joanna introduced me, I'm Professor of Logistics and Supply Chain Management at SGH, Warsaw School of Economics. And today I have a really difficult job because I had very good presenters before me, and you look a little bit tired right now, so I picked up the topic that I hope will interest you. I want to focus on transformation, but from challenging side. I will discuss tensions. Students, young people, you will be responsible for supply chains in a few years. So let me show you some important things, and I'm not only going to show you tensions, but I will also show you how to approach those tensions, what capabilities you should build to be able to respond to challenges which are in front of you. So let me start. And I would like to start from the expression that sustainability, which was perfectly explained by Professor Szymczak, is not a nice-to-have option. This is actually imperative. Your supply chains must be sustainable. We experience climate change. And temperature is growing very fast. Paris agreements said that we have to keep the growth at the level of 1.5 degrees of centigrade. Otherwise, we will approach this end game, climate end game. But this is not end game for nature. This will be end game for us. We're not going to survive when it's too hot. Sea level is growing. We do not have crops. We will have food shortages, sweet water shortages. So we will have problems. We have to be sustainable. And Antonio Guterres, President of United Nations, he said that the era of global warming ended. The global boiling has arrived. And you experience not only hits of temperature, not only wildfires last summer in Rhodos, this December in LA, but we also had floods. We had flood in Kłodzko, and maybe some of you saw this. We had floods in Valencia. So we have those disruptions, weather crises, and they happen more and more often. What else is important? That we are managing global supply chains. And those supply chains, they are very, very complex. And they stretch from developed to developing countries, from high to low margin industries, from big to small companies. And we have a lot of tensions in supply chains. My predecessors, they told you mainly about environmental challenges. But sustainability is also about social challenges, and you have to take them into account. Let me present you a few tensions. Let's start from competitiveness tension. When we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about environmental, social responsibility, but we know that we have to balance it with economic goals. And is it really easy? Actually not. And you have data from McKinsey. This is from January 2024. And on your right, you can see a table, and you can see European countries, 30 European countries. They are marked with blue dot. You can see US, and this is marked with black dot. And you can see China. China is marked with red dot. And I know that you are not able to read all those details, but I want to stress that the first ones, they relate to sustainability and inclusion. And you can see that in those aspects, Europe leads. We lead in sustainability, in inclusion, but we lag behind US and China if we are talking about growth and prosperity. And to the left, you can see details, and you can see that investments in R&D, US has 1.8 times more, they invest more than Europe. You can see that revenue growth in the US, 1.5 times more than in Europe. You can see return on capital, market capitalization, scale, and you can see that in all those parameters, US is better than Europe. So are we still competitive? We're sustainable, but are we competitive? There is a tension. We have more tensions, social standards. I showed you European standards or Western standards on the left, and you know what they are about. about working condition, gender, salaries, equality, etc., etc. So these are our problems of developed economies. What is about underdeveloped economies? To the right, 1.1 billion people live in least developed countries, and they have problem with access to sanitation, to water services, to clean cooking technologies, to electricity. And imagine, European companies, they go to Asia, and they try to force their social standards, like 40-hour week, working week, yeah? This is not what they expect. In China, very often, people who work in factories, they are actually peasants, and they work in rural areas, and during winter, they just decide that, okay, we do not have work at home, so we go to the city, we will work in factories, we earn some money, and we will bring this income to our families. And they want to maximize this income. They do not want to work 40 hours per week. They want to work more to have more income. So something what is good for Europeans doesn't have to be good for other countries. And this is really challenging. This is another tension. And let me present some resilience tensions. Professor Szymczak explained very, very well what is resilience about. And I just want to show you some tensions between sustainability and resilience. You probably see this energy system change, and you know that we aim at leaving fossil fuels and moving to green energy, like energy from wind, energy from solars, and you probably feel that the new energy, the green energy, is not stable. We need to store this energy in batteries, in storage spaces. And this requires minerals. And look, most of minerals, they are produced in China. Are we going to be resilient or over-dependent on China, who has lithium, graphite, cobalt, aluminium, nickel, steel? Besides, I present you the data, how much it will cost to have this green energy. World Economic Forum, they told us that Europe must spend 3 trillion euro to have this clean energy. Another resilient tension. This time, I want to relate to geopolitics. I just call war Russian invasion of Ukraine, which took place in 2022. But in 2024, till now, we had those Red Sea attacks, and it was also a big logistics problem. And right now, we have Trump 2.0 tariffs, and this is another problem. In resilient supply chain management, we're talking about friend-shoring, multi-sourcing, near-shoring, and you probably know this from your logistics classes. You probably studied it. But I just want to show you that this is another resilience tension. How do we define friends? Who are right now our friends? Will friendship endure in the friendliness of Trump tariffs and desire to seize allies' territories? You heard about Greenland, Canada. Trump wants those territories. Is Canada still their friend? Or Greenland? So this is a question. I would say that right now we have this friend shoring, which becomes weaponizing supply chains. And this is a really important topic. Right now I'm doing research on defense supply chains. They are becoming extremely important. And just to show you, to the right, you have data from risk studies and managers, 1,500 managers, so really big survey. Every year they are asked, what is the biggest risk? And they point the risk which is going to be important in 2 years for their businesses, for administration, and risk which they envisage as important in 10 years. And you can see that in 2 years, they are mostly afraid of misinformation. Why is that? This is because of AI and its hallucinations, yeah? In 10 years, they are mostly afraid of environmental risks. And when they were asked about risks which are most likely to present those material crises to global supply chains, they named this state-based armed conflicts. This is what is very important right now. Okay, so I hope you get the point, what is this tension about, and you are able to discover those tensions. Right now, I'd like to present you how to approach those tensions, what you can do, what capabilities you should shape, individual capabilities, but also later organizational and supply chain and even system capabilities at different levels. I'm presenting this on the base of my research, which I conducted with Professor Aluchna, with Professor Sońta, Drączkowska, and Professor Kniemeyer from Ohio State. We used paradox theory to investigate those tensions. What are paradoxes about? Paradoxes are contradictions. You have two sides of the same coin, or you can say that it's like yin-yang, yeah? So you have polarities, but they together consists a greater whole. And we developed a framework for navigating supply chains through tensions. Starting from the strategy approach, we emphasize that, first of all, you have to recognize tensions. This is really important. You have to have senses to recognize tensions. Second thing, you have to accept those tensions. You can't fight with them. You just have to accept that we have different social requirements in Western Europe and in less developed countries. And you have to try to navigate those paradoxes. Navigation like on the sea, that you are driving from one port or to the other one. So you have to navigate those tensions. We discovered many practices because you probably know from your strategic classes that strategy very often is led by practice, so practice-based strategy. But finally, we discovered that repeated practices, they create capabilities. So you are able to respond with capabilities. And we discovered 5 of them: paradoxical leadership, strategic agility, innovativeness, collaboration with contextualization, so we take the context of our collaborators into consideration, and governance. Let me present briefly those capabilities. And I recommend you shape those capabilities as individuals. Paradoxical leadership. This is about recognizing tensions and putting barriers and moving smoothly and flexibly within those barriers. And you can change styles of management, you can change, you can explore different attitudes. So you have to be just flexible when you lead yourself, organization, or supply chain, or the system. You have some skills which are very, very helpful. And research shows that if you want to be a good leader, you should have different experience. So what I recommend you, go for different internships, go to different companies, learn there how to be a good leader. If you have more experience, you could become a better leader. Next capability, very important, is adaptability. You probably know this guy. This is Darwin. You know him from your biology classes. And he said that it's not that the strongest that survive, but the most adaptable. And remember about this also in your careers. And the same relates to supply chains. My friend, Professor Andreas Wieland from Copenhagen Business School, he developed the concept of dancing supply chains. This is how supply chains should look like. They should be adaptable. They should listen to the music which is all around you, and they should play with the partners they have in a supply chain. So they should be dancing. Innovativeness. You are young people. You're open. And what I'm suggesting, in logistics, in supply chain management, you have a lot of challenges. Challenges are perfect for developing startups. Just to address those challenges, you can see this is a list prepared by the CB Insight, list of startups, and they are in logistics and supply chain management area. And they are from different parts of our field. AI startups right now also doing very, very well, and they are helping logistics companies. You could hear it from Mr. Wojdan. And one more dancing analogy. Do you know them? I think so. Beauty and Beast. This is how traditional organizations, big ones, should behave with startups. Startups are delicate, creative, but if you dance with them and you squeeze them, they are not going to survive. So let them go. But being in a pair is very important. Collaboration. When I'm talking about collaboration, it's not only about this vertical collaboration with your suppliers, with your customers. But very important is also to collaborate with your competition. And I'm sure that it could be approved by Mr. Voiden that if you want to change something in the industry or even over industries, you have to collaborate with your competitors. And you have good examples in circular economy issues. They go beyond your organization. So you have to collaborate to achieve some standards, some procedures. This is really important. Mr. Voiden told you about decarbonization and about ESG. When I'm talking with students about this topic, I'm just asking, is it the first time that we have this non-financial reporting? And they said, no, we already had it. So what has changed in this ESG reporting? Why all people are talking about this ESG thing? What is different is the thing about governance. Right now, it's not only that companies, they are doing reports for themselves, but leaders, they report not only Scope 1, so my own emissions. They are reporting not only Scope 2, so emissions from electricity I bought, but they are also reporting Scope 3, which are emissions from my suppliers and from my distribution channels. So I am picking LSP, logistics service providers, who are more sustainable. And I want to collaborate with them. I'm checking how sustainable are my suppliers, my customers, because I want to be green. And why they are doing it? Not just for nature. They are doing it because they want to receive greener money, cheaper money from banks. Besides all. So this is really important. However, you probably heard in February 2025, we had this stop the clock announcement from European Union, and this relates to what I was talking about at the beginning, this European competitiveness. And they told us that for 2 years they stopped the clock, and ESG will be stopped for 2 years. Within that time, we have to prepare better, and they are going also to prepare better all regulations and different aspects of this procedure. Summing up, I just want to tell you that in a VUCA word, you probably know this expression. VUCA means volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous word. In this word, transforming supply chains requires building dynamic capabilities. I told you about this paradoxical leadership. I told you about agility and adaptability, about innovativeness, about collaboration, about governance. But we have to remember, we should build them at the individual, organizational, supply chain, and even systemic level. And just one more thing I want to show you. This is Mario Draghi. Have you heard that Mario Draghi in September 2024 presented a remedy for European competitiveness? He presented a plan and look at this plan. Actually, everything in this plan relates to what I told you within our presentation. Boosting innovation, balancing decarbonization with competitiveness, producing clean energy, digital infrastructure, invest in transport, and navigate in an unstable geopolitical environment, enhancing economic collaboration and security. So thank you very much, and if you are more interested in it, I just recommend to read our paper, Navigating Paradoxical Tensions in Pursuit of Sustainable Supply Chain Management, and have a very nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, any comments?
Hello everyone. As you mentioned, you are doing your research in defense. So I have a question related to the situation going on between the US, like NATO, and the European Union. As Trump increased the taxation that every European Union country will provide 5% of the GDP, and it creates a conflict between the countries. So due to this action of Trump, is there any changes in the European standards of dealing with the weaponry, defensive things?
Okay, thank you very much for this question. This is really interesting. I'm not able to respond about this standards because you probably know that research is done in teams. So we are across university teams. We have people from Defense University, we have economic people, and we have also people from polytechnics. And actually, those standards, weapon standards, they are on those who deal with defense. We are just focused on economic aspects of supply chains. And we have to just join our forces to prepare better, resilient supply chains. And if you want to have resilient supply chains, it's not enough just that you have military people, but you have to have also economists. So I'm not able to answer about standards. I know that they are working on unification, and ammunition is really hot topic. Because I love the expression that the victory in the field starts in the factory and with a very, very good supply chains. So this is my answer for your question. Thank you for it.
Dear speakers, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Now we would like to give you some certificates, and please once again applaud them.
Thank you so much for this plenary session. And also, we'd like to thank you to our Professor Joanna Domagala and Professor Agata Malek-Rawlikowska for coordinating this plenary session. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers for such a thought-provoking start of the day. If anyone needs a stamp for their business trip documentation, please report to the registration desk and speak to Damian Chojnacki. Now, I kindly invite everyone to join us for a group photo. Please follow the team's direction and gather outside the building. We'd love to capture this moment with all of you.
And after the group photo, please feel free to enjoy a well-deserved coffee break. Refreshments are available just outside the hall. We will meet here at 12:15 for the next plenary session. See you shortly.
Dobra, tylko teraz co tam podłączyć? Stamtąd wezmę, nie będę już tą latał.
Wszystko ten.
Tylko nie mamy cały czas jeszcze pierwszej prezentacji. Jaki drogo.
Oh, hello everyone. Please come here.
Please take your seats. In 5 minutes, we're going to start the second plenary session. So please, all guests who are still on the lunch or break,
Yes.
you are welcome to take your seats.
Oni już są, no właśnie.
Powiedz, że please, we are...
Odejdźmy z mikrofonu.
Please welcome. Please welcome. Welcome back. Let's continue our second plenary session. Witamy Państwa. Poprosimy Okay.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Let's continue with our second plenary session, chaired by Professor Elżbieta Szymańska and Professor Michał Pietrzak. Please welcome Simone Pireda, Juan Murcia Rodriguez, Professor Tomisław Rožič and Vít Oszywa. Please welcome. Yes?
Please take your seats. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure for us to welcome you to this second plenary session of Warsaw Logistic Days 2025. In light of the recent global challenges from the COVID-19 to geopolitical tensions, it's clear that sustainability and resilience it's no longer an option, it's business critical. So we are honored to have with us 3 experts from industry and academia who will share their insights. So please give a round of applause for our speakers. And let's start.
Without rather delay, let's begin with the first presentation by Simon Pireda and Juan Rodriguez. The topic of this presentation is PhD Net Zero 2040 Sustainability Plan. Please.
So good morning, everybody. And first of all, thanks for having us. We are very happy to be here today to talk about the PNG Sustainability Strategy progress and goal. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself very quickly to you. So let me just give you a small background about me. I'm Simone, I'm Italian, I'm coming from the island of Sardinia in Italy, and I have a master's degree in management. I work in P&G more than 7 years, it will be 8 years in this August, and I start my study in P&G as a material planner. So the material planner is responsible for the ordering of the material to enable the production on time. And I was responsible for 2 main markets that were Eastern Europe and Italy. After that, I moved to the different role that is the finished product planner, so I was responsible for the planning of the finished product goods for the BNL. So BNL stands for Benelux, it stands for Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. And after that, I incorporate in my scope FBNL, so it will be France on top, and I was moving to a managerial role, and I became an IOL. So IOL stands for Initiative Operation Leader. So my responsibility are to follow all the new launches of our product from the feasibility point of view in terms of economic growth until the readiness of the product to our consumers. And currently, I'm responsible for Air Care department, and I'm the leader of the Core Plus of Head and Shoulders. Quickly, about myself as well, as Italian, I'm a football fan, AC Milan fan. It's not the best year for us, but well, it happens. And as you can see here also on the right, I also actively play football. In this photo will be with Juan, representing our category in the internal P&G tournament. And of course, for the rest, I'm also a basketball fan, and I speak 3 languages fluently plus a bit of Polish. And now I give the stage to Juan to introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juan Sebastian Murcia Rodriguez, of course, a very long Latino name. I was born in Colombia a few years ago. I came to Poland because I did my master's studies here in Warsaw University and SGH. I studied global business, finance, and governance, although my bachelor's was in political science, completely different subject. Regarding my work experience, I have been working for NGOs, creating fundraising strategies. Then I moved to finance, and now I'm working in logistics in purchases, mainly focused in transportation services, so contracting and negotiating with multiple transportation companies to move our goods from point A to point B all across Europe. And I will be discussing what we are doing in terms of biofuels and sustainability when it comes to transportation. So thank you for having us here.
Okay, so now we're starting introducing you to the P&G Net Zero 2040 plan. So as you can see here, it's divided in 3 different paths. The first one was the achieve initial goal that it ended in the 2021, where we were able already to have some great result. For example, in terms of transportation, that later Juan will be telling you more in the details. But as well in terms of water, we were able to reduce the consumption of the water in our sites. But now we are in the critical path, so it's the accelerating action part that it will end in 2030. This is the critical decade that we need to take in action, as was telling our previous CEO David Taylor, because we don't have a planet B where to go later, so this is the moment where we need to make the difference. And how we can make the difference? There are 3 main areas where we can work. Operations, because actually we own our operation, rather we own or we rent, but still we are in control of them. Then the material packaging, and as well as the transportation. We will see each of them in details in a moment. And then the last path, it will be the scaling solution, so we'll be going even upper with our solution to make sure that by 2040 we will have 0 emission caused by P&G product. But let's see how does P&G focus in terms of sustainability. There are 4 main areas of focus. Climate, they will be focusing more today on this part. Then nature, waste, and water. So, for example, about waste, just let me tell you, we already have 100% ZWTL, that stands for Zero Waste to Landfill in P&G. So, all our sites, for example, our SNH office, R&D department, plant, anything needs to be compliant with this. So all our employees that are trained and know how we should segregate the food in our sites. As well, still in terms of waste, our products are 73% recyclable and reusable. So the goal is, of course, to arrive to 100%. And in terms of water, also P&G is working in different ways to help. One was about the operation that we already said. So we are recycling the water during our production. But as well, we use the power of our innovation. So our product, we'll see in a moment as well, they are developed in a way that we can use less water and not impact our environment. But let's dig in. So how we are impacting our environment. As you can see here from the first slide, the majority is coming from the consumer use, so our finished product. So how we can then make sure that we can make a difference? We will touch the material and packaging, because based on what we are going to produce, our supplier needs to come to us with our requests. So different packaging, more sustainable, less plastic, but as well as operation and transportation. So let me give you, first of all, what is our goal. So the goal is to cut by half the greenhouse gases in our P&G side. Of course, this, as we own the size, is something doable. So what we can control, as we said, our side, and what we can influence is also giving to P&G the opportunity to develop even further our product. And what we can influence? The ingredients. So the formula that we put in our shampoos, in our laundry product, or material and packaging. So we don't use more the virgin plastic, we start to use more sustainable product. How we are transporting our product, so from our distribution center until the consumer, and so on and so forth. So let me take you through some examples. As I'm an initiative operation leader, I'm more close to the initiative, so I can tell you how the journey began and how we are standing now. So starting with 2021, we introduced the refill for Ariel. Of course, you will tell me the refill is still plastic. True. But it's 60% less plastic compared to the regular bottle of the Ariel. So what does this mean? That also, while we are reproducing the refill, we are not producing the bottle. So we are going already to not produce up to 300 million virgin plastic bottles in a year. So if you will imagine to store that amount is huge. So it's an incredible reduction of plastic consumption in this case. Then moving to the 2022, we introduced the pots for Ariel, and we swapped from the old plastic massive box to the carton one. So this carton is 100% recyclable, so can be used over and over again. And then from 2023 and nowadays, we moved to different vision. And this is actually applying not just for Ariel brand, but to all the brands that has plastic consumption. So this is the product made by PCR. PCR stands for post-consumer recycled. So what does it mean? It's a product that has a new purpose of life. So we are taking not virgin plastic, but existing plastic, remodulating it, and use for different purpose. So let me give you some more example. Moving to Lenor, for example. The product that you see here on the button, is the, let me maybe show you here, or not possible. Okay, it will be the Lenor on the button on the left corner. This, I don't know if you know for what we use, but normally we use in the laundry to give a better fragrance and smell to our laundry. The plastic that is inside is not virgin, it's again recycled, and we're using for this purpose. In 2023, we actually swapped this product. We removed the plastic that was initially virgin, the exterior one, to the carton, and this was 100% recyclable. As well, on the second level that you see close to that, this product is actually, again, using the power of our innovation, because it's less amount of milliliters of the product, but it's giving you the same output that the previous Lenor was giving. So we have less consumption of the product, and also we have smaller bottle of the product, so we have less plastic consumption as well. And by 2024, we moved to PCR. So the product that you will see there is again produced by existing plastic and not the virgin one. Moving on. Okay, when you will see this product, first of all, you will not recognize because it's not in Poland. Why? Because you need to know that not all our products are available in every country, because this depends on the needs and on the request of each market that comes to us. As IOL, I'm planning full Europe, so all the markets are coming directly to us in SNH Warsaw with the request. This one specific was a pilot done in the Southern Europe, in Italy and in Spain. And why this product was so good? First of all, we have 90% CO2 reduction. Then it can be recycled in the same line beverage of carton, because this one, if you will cover the artwork in front, it looks like a milk bottle. And in the same time, it's 85% less plastic compared to the regular ferry bottle. So this was a great pilot done in the Southern Europe. Now, one more example about ferry. So you need to know that from where is coming the CO2 emission when it comes from auto dishwashing. It's coming from the heated water. So our R&D department are working hard to make our product super good, super competitive, but as well sustainable. So what is here coming? Our product can be used also with cold water, so with colder with 30 degrees Celsius. And on top of that, why this product is better compared to the past ones? Because this one can be used also with short cycle. So what does it mean? That we are going to consume, not just we are cutting on electricity, but also we are going to cut in terms of water consumption in our cycle of the dishing. So this is a great product that, thanks by the R&D department, we are able to now supply to our consumers. Now let me take you through to some of my products, because I'm belonging to air care department. So this was one promo that we had a couple of years ago, where it was a boom actually in the UK. We were selling very good this product. And what was the purpose? So we were able to sell a duo pack. Duo pack consists basically in a bottle of shampoo plus the refill. So the idea was that once you will be going there, you will buy first the duo pack. After that, you will come back to the shop to buy just the refill. Again, still, the refill was still plastic, but in the same logic that we talked in the very beginning, talking about the refill of the Ariel, it's again 60% less plastic compared to the regular bottle of shampoo, and it's avoiding to reproduce up to 300 million bottles of virgin bottle in a year. After that, air care, as all the other departments that has plastic consumption, moved to the PCR vision. So you can see here on the right that we have some products that were already 100% PCR. In other, we are on the way to be, because you need to understand that our bottle of shampoo is composed by different parts of components. So we have the bottle, we have the cap, we have the label front and back. So the bottle that we are producing for all our brands that you can see here, the bottle itself is 100% PCR. What is still not 100% PCR will be the cap and some of the labels, because depending on the quality and the development of the label, it might be not 100% PCR. But this is our vision, and we are working to make sure that by the end of the plan, we'll be able to have all our product 100% PCR. And now let me pass the stage to Juan, that will take us through transportation details.
Thank you, Simone. I hope you can listen to me well. Okay, so now, after talking about the initiatives that we have in terms of sustainability when it comes to our products, I want to talk to you about transportation. So maybe the first question that you may have is, why P&G is talking about transportation if we are not a transportation company? So I want just to tell you very quickly that in the industry, we have different scopes for all the companies when it comes to reducing our CO2 emissions. So first scope is everything that is connected to the core of the business, which was what Simeone was explaining, but also the companies have something which is a scope 3, which are all the CO2 emissions that are indirected, connected to the core business of the company. So as you can imagine, we produce shampoos, we produce other sort of products that we need to deliver to our customers. So that's why we are talking about transportation as well, because in order to meet our sustainability goals, we need to address all the different scopes, reduce the CO2 emissions simultaneously in each of those scopes in order to be able to meet our sustainability targets. So as you can see in the slide, our goal as PNG in Europe and globally is to reduce our CO2 emissions by 50% by 2030 and be completely zero neutral by 2040 in terms of transportation. So I'm just going to walk you through the different strategies that we are applying today in PNG to reduce the CO2 emissions via our carriers, our transportation partners in Europe. But first, let me ask you one question. I want to understand, what are you doing with the used cooking oil that you use at home to cook your food, for example? Used cooking oil. Do you think this can have a second sort of use in transportation, in logistics? Exactly. So if you couldn't hear, so there was an example in Portugal where people are using used cooking oil to produce fuel to bus, for example, the public transport system. So this question is just to tell you and to start talking about biofuels. Biofuels are all, let's say, the different sort of fuels that you can create out of waste product, such as used cooking oil. You can also create it out of animal fats, vegetable oils, and other sort of waste products that we have today in the industry. You can take them, you can reutilize them, change their chemical composition, and create a new renewable fuel like diesel that has the same usage as diesel. So the beauty of this project is that you can have the same truck today running on diesel, and you can simultaneously apply biofuels because it works in the same way as diesel. So this is our main strategy at the moment in Europe, which is to help our transportation partners to convert from diesel, which is a fossil fuel that creates many CO2 of tons in the atmosphere, and transform it into having a biofuel. But for this, the industry faces many different challenges. We know that sustainability is very important nowadays, but we face multiple obstacles to be able to achieve our CO2 emissions. One of those obstacles is accessibility. Where do we have biofuels available in the market today? Today it's more developed in Western Europe, for example, in Belgium, the Netherlands, Nordic countries. They have more biofuels available at their pump stations in all those different countries. So in terms of accessibility, the carriers, the transportation companies, they can just drive to a pump station, fill the trucks with, for example, HVO, which is the main biofuel that we are aiming to use, and get to the final destination. But in other countries, like for example, Poland or Romania or any other country in Central Europe, you don't have HVO or biofuels as available as in Western countries in the routes. So this is the first challenge that we are trying to solve. And for this, we are trying to plan different strategies. The first one is PNG helping the transportation company to get in contact with a biofuel manufacturer to be able to have more access to the fuel, select those key countries, and try to accelerate the conversion as much as possible. The second option is just to find a transportation company that has been developing a very deep knowledge in this regard, that perhaps is using biofuels already, and try to help them to develop faster and include them in our business year on year. So this is when it comes to biofuels. Now, the first point is accessibility. Now, the second point is in terms of cost. All the companies, well, they need to meet their sustainability targets, but in order to invest in sustainability, you need to think about the cost of it. It's not very easy for any company just to simply convert from one day to the other to energy, green energy, because it comes with an extra cost, because it's not that available, the production is very limited, you have production constraints, feedstock constraints, different type of challenges that you need to solve. So when it comes to cost, for example, when we started this strategy around 2 years ago, the gap between diesel and HVO or biofuel was around 20% in terms of cost per liter. 20%, if you think about the fuel consumption that a company like P&G has across Europe, it implies a significant increase in terms of spend. So not only accessibility, but we also need to find ways to reduce the cost as much as possible to make it affordable, while in parallel we are meeting our sustainability targets. I can tell you that after starting this strategy 2 years ago, we have managed to reduce the gap between diesel and HVO from 20% to 10%, meaning a reduction of 50%, and it's even continued to decrease. So this is how we are addressing transportation in P&G in order to accelerate our conversion to green energy, such as biofuels, at the right cost and having the right accessibility. Apart from biofuels, and before I go through these slides, something else that we are implementing when it comes to shipping our products is the use of intermodal or rail, so meaning electric origin of the energy. So basically to change from trucks to trains and to ship our goods with specialized rail companies. But of course here it's also a matter of capacity. You don't have too many rail companies in Europe. Not all the countries in Europe have the good infrastructure to be able to support the demand on rail, and on top of that, it also comes with an extra cost. So we can focus on intermodal or rail in those countries where the infrastructure is available for that purpose, and where we can also have even better prices versus road, versus just shipping with the normal trucks. So apart from intermodal biofuels, we can also have, which are more, let's say, external focus strategies. We also have our internal strategies in order to be able to optimize the way we are shipping the goods and the way we are reducing or trying to reduce as much as possible the number of trucks that we need to ship our goods. So one of these strategies is called VFR, which is the vehicle fill rate. So in the past, we were using many pallets, many sort of equipment inside the truck to load our products, but all this equipment was consuming a lot of space inside the truck. So by default, we were shipping less products, and therefore we were using more trucks to be able to ship the total amount of products that we wanted to deliver to any location. So this strategy is about to be able to find the way to ship as much product as possible inside of each truck. And by default, you know, like at the end of the fiscal year, you will see that you have managed to ship the same amount of product, but using less trucks. And maybe just for clarity, since you are students and you take all these matters very seriously, so the formula that we are using to calculate how many trucks less we can ship by using this strategy is that the vehicle fill rate is equal to the volume of goods in a truck divided by the physical capacity of a truck. And just for your perspective, only if you improve 1% the vehicle fill rate, you will be able to reduce 5,000 trucks from road. And you will be able also to reduce by 0.5% the emissions of CO2 tons in the atmosphere, and you will be able to save 4,000 trees year after year, only with 1% improvement. In P&G, we have delivered for the last 2 years many points improving our vehicle fill rate. So the impact that we have brought to the industry is quite significant in this regard. We have also other strategies when it comes to, for example, reducing the amount of plastic that we use to ship our products. So connected to what I just mentioned, filling our goods inside the trucks, something very important for us is to protect the goods, right? Because we cannot afford just simply removing all the pallets, putting all the products in the trucks, and risking that the products will have a damage during the transit, because if the end customers, like for example, you and me at the store, we go to, I don't know, Biedronka, Lidl, whatever, and we see that the shampoos are broken or that the Pampers are not working well, so this is a significant business impact. So if we want to remove the way we stabilize our products inside the trucks from using plastic to using other options. We need to make sure that we are meeting the same operational standards and the same safety standards for the products, basically. So this initiative, the Nordic countries, it was about removing the number of plastic that we were using to load our products and change it to paper or carton. And here you can have another image of how it was done in the past and how it will be done from now on. So instead of plastic, just more carton, recyclable materials, and the vision is to go from plastic to zero plastic completely when it comes to loading our products, especially in Northern Europe. Okay, so now I think we can just go directly to the Q&A session. If you have any questions, any comments, please, this is the moment to ask them. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you. So it's fine to use the maximum capacity of your trucks to transport your goods from your company to the supermarkets and everywhere. So what's the point of that empty running? Are you familiar with this term, empty running?
Empty.
It's like when a truck is traveling from point A to B and there is no product in it. So how you manage that phase of transportation?
Yep, this is a very, very good question. So this is how we call it empty miles. So whenever we ship our products, sometimes the truck has to come empty again to pick up the goods. And if it comes empty, well, it's not bringing any value, but at the same time it's generating CO2 emissions. So the idea of the logistics plan that we have is to create round trips for our carriers where all the time they are not having empty miles. But if they are shipping our goods, we guarantee that at the destination they have more goods to pick up and to bring them back or to take them somewhere. So to have an optimized round trip sort of approach with our carriers to make sure that we really need each truck that we are hiring for. Thank you. Yep.
I have a question about trains because you have mentioned about it. How many factories and warehouses from Procter & Gamble does have train tracks just to deliver freight directly, or does not have that?
So the question is, how many plants do we have in Europe?
Yeah, your plants that have tracks for train just to drive into your warehouse or into your factory.
Yes. Well, I mean, we as P&G in Europe, we have thousands of corridors, and we have a mix, so we don't do it by plant. We just focus on those corridors where we have access to either biofuels or rail stations, and then we implement in there. So it's not plant-specific based, but it's just based on the infrastructure on those countries.
So you almost always load from trucks to train or vice versa. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pireda and Mr. Rodriguez, for this insightful and structured overview of P&G's Net Zero 2040 vision. It is a comparing example for integrating sustainability at scale. Your presentation was very interesting. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now let's turn to our second presentation by Professor Tomisław Rožic. Container price volatility impact on consumer prices.
Good all to you. Thank you for the organizer to invite us to join this conference. And special thanks to Professor Roman, Monica, which didn't tell me that I will hold a presentation in front of the whole hall full of students and business partners. Thank you very much. I will do the same when you come to Croatia. My presentation will be about the container transport and what happened in the last 5 years and how this impact on all of us, actually on consumer prices. I'm sure that all of us felt that something changed and that prices in the stores are pretty high, higher than they have been 5 years ago. And all of this is related because of container transport. So I will try in the next 15 minutes to explain what and how this happened. First, something about me, of course. I'm coming from Zagreb, Croatia. Is there anyone that doesn't know about Croatia, anything? It happens a lot, trust me, and every time I just say Luka Modric and that's finished, everyone knows that I'm from Croatia. So my name is Tomislav Rožić. I know it's very hard to pronounce, you don't have to bother. I can be the guy from Croatia and I will know because it's very hard for you to say my name. It's the same with us with Polish names, trust me. Not with names, but with last names. But we will find a way to communicate. I'm coming from the Department of Logistics. It's one of the departments on Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences in Zagreb. We are the youngest one, but like me, but we are doing the hard job. And today with me are my students, and we will try to present what are we doing in Croatia about the logistics. So my presentation, as I told you, is about the container transport. I know that you might be feeling container transport in Croatia, how does it work? But nowadays, actually, it's very important for the whole Europe because this is now the path for the goods from China to Europe. And now we are building, and I mean, not we, not Croatia, European Union and Maersk are building the most modern container terminal in the world. It will be finished by the end of the year, and we can expect that now Croatia will be on the path of container transport in the whole Europe. But there are still some problems that we are facing, but I hope that we will deal with that also very, very soon. So container transport, maritime transport. I'm not sure, do you know, but 90% of everything that we are transporting in the world goes by the seas. Of these 90%, 80% goes by the containers. So container as the most important transport solution or invention in the 20th century, it's very, very important for whole Europe and the whole world. Almost 80% of everything in the Europe that we are importing and exporting goes also by containers or maritime transport, and 50% in value of the goods. So in one hand, this is a good solution, but in the second one, I'm thinking right now that maybe we are too depending on the maritime transport, on container transport. As we can say in Croatia, if container transport sneeze, we will all be sick. It means that any kind of disruption that happened might be affecting all of us and affecting the prices of the goods that we will have to buy each day. In this container transport, the most important are transport costs, because this transport cost in the end affects everything in the whole supply chain. Disruptions that we have in the last 5 or 6 years were the biggest since the Second World War II. We haven't seen this that happened in such a short period of time, these kind of disruptions that we have. Actually, in transport, this is normal to have some kind of disruptions, but to have them in 5 years, 3 different kind of disruptions that are happening in the same period of time, we didn't have. And through this presentation, I will try to keep you awake, and I will try to present you all of these disruptions and how do they affect everything that we are facing right now. So the biggest thing that is really important are transport costs. I heard many presentations here from the logistics operators, and everyone was talking about transport costs. the most important thing, transport cost, transport cost. Okay, so what will happen with transport cost if something will happen in container transport? So you can see that actually transport costs are really, really important for everything. Actually, 6.5% of market revenues are related to transport costs, and 44% of logistics costs are related to transport. So transport must be the solution that we will deal in the way to, let's say, optimize transport costs and to have the lowest price for our products. So when we're producing something, so we have the produce price, but this is the way that we can affect with something. But in transport costs, we are depending on logistics operators, transport means, etc., which cannot be affected that much. So if transport costs increase by 10%, 20% of trade volume will decrease. Also, it can be in the opposite way. So we want to increase transport volumes, which means that we need to lower transport costs. We can do it by using the special transport modes, which is maritime transport, which is from now the, let's say, the cheapest way to transport goods. But this hasn't been in 2020 till 2022. I will try to present you what happened with transport costs in container transport. So what happened in the last 5 years? So I hope that you all try to forget COVID. For me, it was in the beginning very bad, but lately it was really good. I was at home doing nothing most of the time. I'm a professor at the faculty, so I made all presentations in 1 month and I was free for 6 months. Sounds great? Yes. But I was locked down with my family, which is also great in the beginning, am I right? And then it wasn't that good anymore, you know? So everything together was, okay, we felt for the people that actually lost their families, it was really bad. But for us that didn't have that kind of feeling, it was something good and something bad, but something new that happened to all of us, you know? All of a sudden we had to be closed down, you know, don't go out, don't do anything with your friends, blah, blah, blah. In Croatia, as a Mediterranean country, this was very hard, you know, because in Croatia we have to be in the bars all the time. So it was very tough. After that, we have another thing. I don't know if you remember that Suez Canal was blocked by the ship. Does anyone knows about it? It was one ship. Yeah, Ever Given, which means, okay, Ever Given. So this was not Ever Given chance for them. And they blocked the whole Suez Canal, if you remember it. They blocked everything. So you see on the news, ships cannot go, blah, 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 economy will drop. Okay, and this was last only for a week, luckily. And the third one, disruption that we are still facing is the, let's say, war that is happening in Ukraine, Russian invasion. Unfortunately, my presentation was done, and this is my paper that I have written during the COVID, and I didn't include the other wars, because now wars is actually going on in almost every continent, which is, by my opinion, I don't know what to say, the world is crazy. And this is not good, and this will affect even more all of us. So it doesn't matter where the war is happening, it will affect every one of us wherever we are going to. Suez Canal, as one of the most important pets in container transport, actually takes almost 40% of all world trade. So if this canal stops, probably we will feel it, but we will feel it in the way, as you can see. This ship that stops for 6 days actually made a block of 54 billion loss just for 1 week. Actually, the problem was that it stuck 369 ships behind the one, and these ships couldn't move. So it was blocked, everything was blocked. The cost was, as you can see, 400 million per hour, and overall, as I said, $54 billion for 7 days. Just for 7 days that was blocked. So I don't know if you heard about it. What was the reason that ships blocked the canal? There are several theories. So one theory is that actually the captain decided that he will do his way to the Suez Canal by himself, which is not a good idea. Usually it's done by the people that are working on Suez Canal, but no one confirms it. So these things happened, and after that we didn't get any conclusion what happened. Just that, okay, it's done. And the company that is traveling and was the owner of canal should pay $500 million to the Suez Canal Authority. Did they pay? I don't know, but it was something like that. The solution is that is actually going on right now because Suez Canal was closed till the 1st of April this year. So we are actually using something that we used 100 years or centuries ago. So it's the old path that is going through Earth of Good Hope. And actually, as I speak with the captains on the container vessel, for them it's the same. And for the owners of the vessel is the same. Why? Because the price of the oil price for container that needs to go around is the same like they have to pay to go to the Suez Canal. It's something like 400,000 euros. So it means the same for them, actually maybe even safer way, because I don't know if you know, but there is no. Here also you have a lot of attacks on the vessels, which means that it's most safer way for the container vessels to drive on this path that is actually going on right now. So this is something that is solution that we have in the way that Suez Canal will be blocked, and it might be because nowadays there is a still going on war between Israel and Palestine, which might affect Egypt, who was already said that they will block the canal if something will happen. So the solution exists, but will it be used? I don't know. Of course, all of this affects the prices of the oil, the prices of the rates of container transport. Why? Because everything that is happening in container transport affects, in the end, somehow the prices of what we have to pay to transport container from one part of the world to the next one. Actually, it's the cheapest way to transport containers. The price of container transport from China to Europe is it was something like $2,000 or $3,000. So it's not that much if you compare it with other types of transport. And the reason is that container vessels are really, really big. The biggest one that now exists can transport 21,453 containers. So there is no other transport mode that can transport so many containers from one point to another. And this is the reason why container transport still is the most important mean of the transport. So during the COVID pandemic, there was a huge problem with the container transport. First, when was the lockdown, so many people couldn't work in the ports. So ports faced huge problems. First, with the demand. When the COVID starts, so no one ordered anything. We didn't know what will happen. We were just feel afraid. Didn't know what to do, how to do it. And then, one of the sudden, ports were really empty. So the reasons was that demand was slowing down, and the ports really should do something, to improve their revenues. And of course, they say that they will charge a little more. After that, in the late 2020, September, October, and November, we have the opposite situation. We were locked at home, and what will we do? Even me, who is not buying, I hate shopping, all the time buying something. Am I right? Is there anyone that didn't buy something during the COVID? Online? No. We all bought everything that we need and not needed. I even start cooking, and I don't know how to cook. Trust me, I'm awful. I start to order everything. I had to have everything at home, and demand was huge. So we had in the one beginning low demand and then a huge demand, which means that, okay, container managers, ports, are feeling that, and they decide that, okay, transport costs will be volatile. Okay, was this justified? By my opinion, no. But by their opinion, yes. So the prices went up and down, you know. I will try to show it. Okay, maybe later. Prices went up and down. What happened with the shippers? So what shippers can do to be able to deliver the goods in the right way? Because there were huge problems with delivery of goods. Even many companies, the most important, Walmart, if you know about them, they bought the container vessels from themselves, and they decided they will do their delivery on themselves. They didn't want to depend on the container vessels, shippers, and they decided that they will have to change something, and this was the change. Big container companies bought the small ones because small ones didn't have the chance to survive. And then we have something new in supply chain. We have new players, I mean the players that were controlling the whole part of supply chain, which is, by my opinion, also it's not a good idea, good solution for the whole supply chain or the whole logistics. Dimensions of the vessel become even larger. So does it really justify it again? Maybe not, because when I was a student like you, we had it was 15 years ago, there was a 40,000 TEU large container vessel, and they said this is something that will never happen again, 14,000. Now we have 21,000 large container vessel. So really, is the demand such a big, like 15 years ago? I don't think so. So they have to do something to be still competing with the others, you know, to prices to be, let's say, normal. So this is one of the solutions for the containers operators. Also, ports. Ports had the biggest problems. So in the beginning, there was no ships, and then there was ships that are standing in a line. And this is not good for the port. Every port that has a line of the ships, these ships will never come again, because the container vessel is worth first $150 million. He spent 5 tons of oil per hour, and 1 ton of oil costs $500 right now, something like that, 496. So it means that it's a good spender. So if you have a vessel and you have to wait 1 day in this port, you will not come back again, because again, of course, you are feeling about your revenues and your money. What will you have? So ports has to adapt to it. What do? So first, we have heard today about adaptability on some things that are happening. So they need to improve their capacity. First, static capacity. So create big terminals. And I was teaching to my students after Corona period that everything that they know about logistics can be forgotten about it. Because before the Corona started, COVID, we teach them that we need to have really low inventory, just-in-time delivery. And one of the sudden, huge inventory, there is no just-in-time, because we had to do everything. We have to have everything right now. So everything changed. So we need to have a large capacity, or we need to have a huge mechanization that can unload containers from the vessels in very short period of time. And then in 2021, we have the record of unloading containers in 1 day of 40,000. Till then, record was something like 10,000 containers per day. So everything's changed. The ports that can adapt become a most important ports, and the one that couldn't adapt were just another ports in the way. The strategies that logistics company made were short and long-term strategies. As you can see, there are many things that was also, moved back. One of the things that was before Corona, there was outsourcing, but now outsourcing become really important thing. Also, there is long-term strategies. As you can see, there are more digital strategies. One of the most important things for you students that you can see in every of them is a human. So you. It means that we are all depending on you. Future logistics managers, let's say. So we can say that the world depends on you. I don't know, are we in good hands or bad? We will see in the next 10 or 20 years. I hope in the good hands. But most important thing is that human is still the most important factor in logistics. No matter what we have in artificial intelligence and the rest, human are the most important factor. And the thing that is still going on is wars that are happening actually in the whole of Europe. Not the whole, luckily. I'm saying this because I'm coming from the country that had a war 30 years ago, and we are still feeling it. And I can imagine what will happen with Ukraine and the rest of Europe after all of these wars that are happening right now. But this war that is still going on is really acting on the container transport. Why? Because the work power, first. I don't know if you know, but next to the Russians, Ukrainians, there are Polish and Croatians are the biggest workers in the maritime industry. I mean, biggest. I'm not saying that they work hard, but they are in the largest number. Of course, there are other countries, but these are, let's say, managers. After when the war started, so you can see that 10% of all global maritime workers are from Russia and 4% from Ukraine. So they didn't work anymore. So we need to find new workers that can work on vessels. Luckily, there are workers like we have in Croatia from Bangladesh and from other countries that actually they don't know how to swim, but they work on the vessels. I don't know if it's a good solution also, but we didn't have any other solution how to deal with it. And you can see that they say that Russian vessels are forbidden to work. Am I right? So on the first two pictures, you can see what happened when the invasion started. And you can see what happened the year after. So did it change? Yes, it's changed. But there are many, many more vessels that it was used to be. So it means that nothing changed, unfortunately. The vessels just changed the routes. And they went to another countries and sell their oil there. So nothing changed about that point. So, I mean, that point that we forbid the Russians to work didn't work. I mean, we know the reasons. Also, there is expenses that happened during all of these crises that I have now mentioned. The reason and let's say what happened as a result of that is that first of all that we have is expenses related to maritime transport tripled. So you can see why are the reasons. So the first reason was the mobility. I mean that during the COVID situation, vessels couldn't change the routes. They have to stick to the route that they have right now, and this was a problem. And then again, there was no working powers in the ports and on the vessels. So also vessels, companies had big losses. I mean, they said it's about it. China faces really huge demand, which they couldn't produce because the demand was too huge and never recorded in the history. Ports are having huge problems with loading, unloading, blah, blah, blah. There was huge gaps in the ports. And of course, there is one situation that was well known in the world, and this is a maritime transport. From the 1st January of 2020, the price of the oil went up. Why? We all say that maritime transport is ecologically the best way, but actually it's not, because they are using the oil that is full of sulfur, and sulfur is the reason why we are having the global warming, one of the reasons. And from the 1st of January, they had to use the new type of oil, which had a very modern name, very low sulfur fuel oil, which means that this oil is 0.5% of sulfur in 1 liter. It means that now this oil is much, much expensive than it was before. Also, what happened next? So, I don't know if you know, but every position on the vessel can be sold. So there is a companies that are selling the slots on the vessels. And these slots are bought for the 1 year. And you can buy it in the beginning of the year, and then you are selling it to everyone that needs that slot. So this price went up for 3 times in the beginning of the COVID situation. Was this justified? Was this cost really like that? I'm not sure. But the cost went 3 times up. Of course, this was related to the price of container transport. As I told you, the container transport was something like $2,500 US. And during the COVID situation, the price went up for even 10 times. There was also solicitations, okay, what money will you give me to move your container to Europe? And the price went up to $20,000 for 1 container. Was this justified? No, definitely not. How can I know? Because the biggest revenue in 2020, 2021, and 2022 having the companies that are related to container transport. If you are doing this in a good will, you will not do it for the money. You will do it for the humans, but this was not the case. So the case was that Maersk and the others have the biggest revenue from all the companies in the world. And of course, what happened with us? Who cares about us? Well, I don't know, but the prices increase. I don't know what it's like in Poland, but I heard that inflation went up more than 20%. I heard about it. I'm not sure if that's true. I heard from some friends from Poland. The inflation in Croatia, they say it's 14%, but we that live in Croatia, we know that this 14% was maybe on the beginning. Now it's more than 20%. So the inflation went up huge. And the reasons for the inflation was all of that I have mentioned so far. So in the case that we want to move the inflation or lower the inflation, so disruptions in the world must stop. And this is one of the solutions. What happened with the products that we are actually using? So you can see that products that went up the mostly are the ones that we are using every day. So computers, furniture, textile, plastics, pharmaceutical products, everything that we have to use every day went up for more than 10%. This is the minimum that happened in 2022. This was the data from 2022 when I write this paper. So what happened now, I don't know, but I know from Croatian study that this is more than 20%, I'm sure. What happened with the countries that are actually, if we compare it with the countries that are, let's say, less developed countries or island countries, you can see that the prices are even higher. So the whole world have the inflation of, they say, import prices went up for 10.6%, which is even more. And the biggest problem has less developed and small countries. Their inflation went even higher and the prices were even higher from them. So if you are a landlocked country, so you don't have a sea, or you are a small country, island country, you will have more challenges how to lower the prices. As a conclusion, I write something as a conclusion, but as a conclusion I can say, because there is a lot of young people, every situation, every war, wherever does it happen, will affect all of us. So don't make wars, make everything else, make your own head, think of your own head, because everything that we are doing now can affect someone else in the future, wherever he's living. Also, maybe one other thing that might be worth to say in the end, I heard it yesterday, Actually, some guy told me that instead of investing in artificial intelligence, let's invest in something that is actually going on, and this is human sense, normal human sense. So as a conclusion, I will not say anything about the container transport. Who knows what will happen? Just let's stop the wars and let's stop all the stupidity that is going on in the world. Thank you for your attention. If you're afraid of asking questions, here's my email, so whatever you have or willing to ask, you are free to send an email. Thank you.
Just for data-driven presentation, which was analytically rich but still very accessible. So if you have any questions, let's say 2 or 3 questions, let's ask the professor, but we would like also to reserve some time at the end of the session for a commentary. But if you have any questions, just ask. 1 or 2 questions will be okay.
So you mentioned that 90% of the cargo nowadays travel by seas and oceans, and that shows that we depend on maritime transport a lot. So could you say what would be the possible solutions that we reduce that dependence of maritime transport?
Thank you. He's my student, just to know. And I didn't ask him to ask the question. I told him not to ask me the question, but okay. But he has some courses with me, so we will deal this later. Yes, there is solution. There is always solution. But unfortunately, we need to go back in the past. Again, past is always repeating himself or herself. So the solution might be to use the old paths that we have. So all of you might know that China is building a new Silk Route. There is a railway Silk Route that is going through China, Kazakhstan, Russia, Ukraine, and ends in Poland, actually in Gdańsk. This is the railway route that is going 15 days, and the container route of maritime transport go 35 days. So this exists and this work, but unfortunately due to this war, it stops. But it's still going on, even the war is going on. And this is one of the solutions, and there is another Silk Route that is going, again, this is all path that was going on through the Turkey. So again, China ends in Turkey and then go up to the Europe. So there are solutions of intermodal transport, and actually last year there was a new solution that Russian made, and I don't like it. It's go through the North Sea. They made a new container vessel, icebreaker, that can go through the Arctic Sea. This is not a good solution, but actually they did it last year and they tried and it works. But I hope it will not work any more times. So there are some solutions. I hope that this intermodal railway will stick. Thank you. There is no more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go now to our last presentation, but with Oshiva, the sustainability plan, please.
Okay, so I hope so you'll be not boring with the last presentation and you will not fall asleep. So my name is Vito Shiva. I'm EV truck charging global control tower in DSV. My team is responsible for roadmaps and charging operation in DSV across all of our locations. We are fully responsible for the supporting of the countries for implementation of the charging equipment and as a big part of the decarbonization activities. So today I will show you how we are doing with the sustainability in DSV. On the beginning, a couple of words about DSB. And as you can see, the short overview after merge with Schenker, which was finished 2 weeks ago. We are operating in more than 19 countries by the 160,000 employees, which are working in more than 3,000 offices and logistic facilities. We are still have the same setup as before merge, so we are divided into 3 divisions. We have a RNC division responsible as a global network for sea and air freights. We have a road division, which providing overland transportation across all of the regions. And we have a contract logistics, who is providing the sustaining and logistic solutions for our customers. About the delivering the sustainability growth. The DSB is now one of the biggest freight leader on the world. We connecting companies with the world to ensure a smooth, efficient storage and transport of the goods by all of the type of transportation. We keep supply chains flowing from shipper to customer and help to deliver sustaining growth. We also, by giving this, our people are an inspiring place to work and equal opportunities to develop their talents. As you will see by examples, it is not just empty words, but it's real how it's working in our company. We are also combining the latest technologies to provide the best solution to our customers. About our commitments. So DSB defined the short-term target to reduce 50% by 2030 our CO2 emission in scope 1 and 2, and by 30% in scope 3. By long-term target, we want to be zero emission till 2050. And in the next slides, you will see how we'll do that. To reach our targets, we define decarbonization roadmaps for all of our divisions and for all of our scopes. We systematically address the main decarbonization levers across all of our businesses. We are separate tracking the roadmaps between RNC, road, and contract logistic divisions to adjust the targets to the operational needs. And in 2024, the global targets was also splitted between DSB locations. So it means that it's not just high view how we want to do it, but each DSB location is responsible for the targets and achieving our goal. Key levers and main initiatives. In DSB, we are splitting the initiatives in 4 different groups. The first one is energy efficiency and optimization. By this one, we are providing best-in-class diesel trucks. We are installing heating and cooling, which is heat pumps, and we're replacing also the current lamps in warehouses to LED lamps and implementing the business building management solutions. In second group, we have a phasing out of fossil fuels, which my group is quite high participating by deploying of electric trucks. We are providing sustaining fuels, which was also mentioned by P&G, that we are using this. And also we are deploying HVO trucks and biogas trucks. In third group, we have renewable energies. So we are installing solar panels on our warehouses. We are also using the battery energy systems. And we have supply chain solutions optimizations. In last one, we are also focusing on innovations and partnerships. So we are continue exploring the new initiatives to keep our target on our radar till 2050. Supply chain optimization is one of our levers, which I presented before. And we're helping our customers to optimize supply chains by considering CO2, cost, service, and risk, and identifying how to decarbonize efficiently. As trusted advisor, we helping to challenge the conventional way of a supply chain to approach a new one and deliver leaner, most cost-efficient and carbon-efficient solution. As a part of this supply chain optimization, we create the DSV Energy to install our PV panels on rooftops of our warehouses, to also be able to deliver green energy to our warehouses, our trucks, and as you can see in a list of activities, so we are delivering this energy from PV panels to buildings, to our company cars, equipment like heating pumps, cooling equipment, and electrical forklifts, and also DSV electric trucks. We planning also in the future to trade energy on the market to use them most efficient. Also provide the energy for employee car charging, so our employees will be able to use electric cars and charge them during the work. We also providing energy to subcontractors, which are convincing to use electric trucks, and we are investigating in hydrogen trucks. One of the activity, as I said, is PV panels, which we are installing on the rooftops to be stable energized. So in 2024, our DSV Energy installed more than 55 megawatt peak of solar panels, and we produce more than 48 gigawatt hours of energy, which is equivalent to 14,000 households. So you can imagine that we are able to feed by electric a small city. One of the state of our logistic arts in this one is our center in Horsens, which we built last year. So we put on the top 35 megawatt peak solar panels, which is the biggest logistic photovoltaic farm on a rooftop on Europe, which is supporting by 8 megawatt hour battery to be able to deliver also energy during the night when solar energy is not available. And my team is also participating in installation of DC fast chargers for electric trucks. The global charging control tower, which I'm leading, is responsible for the roadmaps, as I said before, implementation in the facilities and operational of the trucks. So in 2024, we provided a pilot projects for charging infrastructure, and we provided AC chargers for electric vans and company cars, and free fast chargers, which have a power of 400 kilowatts and able to recharge electric truck in 20 minutes from 20 to 80%, in Landskrona and in Horsens. We also introduced the carbon fee funding program, which is supporting sustainability, so it is not just locations have to find the solution how to fund the investments, but we have a program which is supporting the initiatives. So in last year, we launched 51 projects, mostly was connected to the solar panels, and we spent 331 million of Danish crowns. We also focusing on partnerships. We have a leadership partnership with Volvo, and we committed to purchase till 2026 300 electric trucks from Volvo and 500 best-in-class biodiesel trucks. By this solution, we are able to deliver the components to produce electric truck by our electric truck, and we are purchasing electric trucks, so we are able to close the whole circle of the manufacturing. We have also a couple of examples of our initiatives which are ongoing. We have a hydrogen trucks, which is in a 4-year pilot, which is working for D&M in Germany for a drugstore. We have also electric trucks, which are free electric trucks, which are working also in Germany for D&M and providing the goods between 15 locations. And we have also not only in Europe, but also in the whole world. For example, in South Africa, our 41 fully electric vans are delivering goods in this country. On the end, I also would like to show you the green corridors. This is the idea to connect and create the corridors to be able to recharge the truck. For example, to deliver goods from Scandinavia to UK or to Spain without using the fossil fuels. So we're planning to make a green corridor where driver will be able to recharge their truck during a way and deliver goods. We are also working with our partners like Arla, Danish Crown, or DFDS to do it. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Do you have any questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Oshiva, for sharing DSV's approach. It is impressive, particularly in the context of such dynamic and demanding industry. It is both innovative and actionable, from EV fleet investments to solar-powered logistics centers. Great presentation. Thank you.
All right, we still have some time, so the floor is open. If you have any question to the previous presentation, or if you would like to to share with us some comment, please, the floor is open. Please raise hand and we will deliver your microphone. What does that mean? Right, I would like to ask Professor Rožic, what do you think, what will be the future of the Europe trade in the light of this volatility of the container prices, and what may be more important in the light of the possible trade war?
Did you ask about trains or trade? Trade. Well, toughest question you have. I really don't know. Who knows what will happen? I believe that no one knows what will happen because, as I said, this is a strange time in the world, strangest. I'm not that old, but I have never felt something like that, and maybe even you or some others. What will happen with trade? I don't know. I believe that everything depends on the war between US and China. And I believe that we will all face that. From my point of view, Europe is not ready. I believe that we are over-regulated about many things related to the transportation. I trust in electromobility, but I believe that we first need to figure out what will we do with our goods, with our economy, and then we can discuss about something else, because nowadays paradigm is changed, and let's say the world is changing, and I believe that intermodality is the future, and we should use it, and we should improve it. And I know that there are new transport corridors only related to railways, and Europe is investing highly in railways. I believe this is the future and the present time that we need to improve to be able to compete with the others.
Okay. I have one question to Mr. Oshiva. What do you think? What has been the biggest challenge in the building charging station for the electric trucks? Is it cost, regulations, or the power grid? What do you think?
Yes, this is multiple obstacles when we're introducing the charging infrastructure. So one is local legislations. Also, in each country is a different law and different regulations. The second is also that in especially Europe, there is a weak grid connectivity. So mostly we had problems only in the new locations where we are building with photovoltaic panels and battery systems is a little easier, but generally is a problem that it's not enough energy to feed the electric trucks, as they need a lot of power. And third probably point is also cost, but when we compare to the diesel trucks, in the long term, this is a very profitable solution and able to be returned in a fast way.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments, maybe? All right. Let me sum up. I would like to thank you to all our speakers. Thank you very much indeed. And I would like to thank you to your audience for your attention. And I think one issue is clear. Namely, resilience is not only the buzzword, but I think it's the urgent need to build sustainable supply chains which not only deliver but also endure. So that is my final word. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to introduce you to coffee break. Not yet?
Thank you to our Professor Elżbieta Szymańska and Professor Michał Pietrzak for this for coordinator this plenary session, and I want to give the diplomas.
So thank you so much for this interesting plenary session. And for now, we really appreciate the support from our sponsors. So that's why we warmly invite our golden sponsor, Procter & Gamble, to receive our heartfelt thanks. You're welcome. Procter & Gamble, yes, you are invited to receive a statuette. Thank you so much for supporting us.
Okay, we warmly invite our another golden sponsor, Rolling Sauce, to receive a statuette in gratitude.
We warmly invite our silver sponsor, Dachser, to receive our heartfelt thanks.
We warmly invite our silver sponsor, DPD, to receive a statuette in gratitude.
We warmly invite our silver sponsor, DSV, to receive our heartfelt thanks.
We warmly invite our silver sponsor, Fige, to receive a statuette in gratitude.
We warmly invite our bronze sponsor, Interlogis, to receive our heartfelt thanks.
We warmly invite our bronze sponsor, Optima, to receive a statuette in gratitude.
We warmly invite our bronze sponsor, Horizont Partner, to receive our heartfelt thanks.
We warmly invite our in-kind sponsor, DGM, to receive a statuette in gratitude.
We warmly thank you so much for your support. Without us, we can't imagine our Warsaw's Logistics Day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again to our presenters for sharing their experience. It's now time for lunch. We invite you to enjoy a delicious meal in the dining area. We'll be back here at 3 p.m. for the thematic and poster session. After the lunch, we invite you to explore our thematic and poster session, showcasing innovative research and practical solutions in logistics.
Please feel free to ask questions to presenters and show your curiosity. To conclude this incredible day, please join us back here in the Crystal Hall at 7 p.m. for our dinner and awards ceremony. A night of celebration, delicious food, and time of sharing logistics experience will wait for us. See you there.
Also, just a quick announcement for Logistics Club SGGW. Proszę bardzo stać tutaj do wspólnego